evidence of past violent acts. A few days later, he was on internet forums asking people about their favorite bombs. She would argue later in court, for a mental health hold for somebody with homicidal thoughts, you need a couple of things. One is evidence that it's not just a thought, that they have a plan, and they're moving towards action on those thoughts. And the second thing is, there has to be a specific... Now, many netizens felt Dr. Fenton is at fault to some degree in their opinions. I'm not making a legal personal statement here, but it got to the point where she had to wear a bulletproof vest for the trial when she testified. Her name was leaked, she was doxxed, and she received countless death threats. But then in 2022, she was ripped apart again by netizens, though not nearly as severe, because she published a book on the case titled... It was released 9 years, 364 days after the crime, the day before the 10-year mark of the tragedy. Which, more than that, she starts every chapter of her book from a Joker quote, which a lot of survivors and victims' families do not like the Joker comparison that was done by the media. On top of that, the killer himself stated he was not inspired by the Joker or anything like that. He straight up stated he chose The Dark Knight Rises for the sheer fact that he knew it was a popular franchise. He knew people were going to be there for the premiere. He just wanted a packed theater. It didn't matter if it was The Dark Knight or any other movie. He said he knew very little about the contents of the movie. He claimed he dyed his hair because the whole orange hair was a thing. People thought he dyed it to be like the Joker, right? He said he dyed it because he normally kept it brown because, quote, I wanted to differentiate myself from who I normally was because I was not my normal self. He did have a Batman mask in his house, but he claimed it was irrelevant. And I also believe that because, I mean, Batman is such a big franchise. A lot of people would just like buy it to throw on a cheap Halloween costume. You're like, okay, well, I forgot anything, right? Yeah. He does have a quote in his notebook where he writes at the very end of his plans, like, A Dark Knight Rises. But again, it could be because he already chose that because it's the premiere.
Yeah.
But she, knowing this 10 years later, still put a Joker quote at the beginning of every chapter. And she's not really someone that is very well accepted by survivors and victims' families, and I would say the community, because I think there are some people who have sympathy for her and how she was getting death threats and went through a lot afterwards, and she was essentially doxxed.
How is this her fault that he did this? It's not her fault. She was trying to help him. The one person trying, that's humanity for you. They just shit on the one person trying to help. This might be a better gun. Yeah, this thing has 246. This thing's 221. I don't know. It is a good gun. Oh, never mind. I haven't shot this yet. Wow. At 364 grand, I can afford this pistol, yes. Where did this noisy cricket go? Oh, 237. Let's see what it does. So you're supposed to play hide and seek, I guess. See, look, that pistol's great. Well, hi there, kitty. I've got to stop because I'm going to family dinner. Unfortunately. Yeah, that's a good point, kitty. Yeah. Well, hi. You want to go back outside again? Oh, purr, kitty. Oh, purr, kitty. Purr, kitty. We're just loving her up, giving her some rubs. Loving up the kitty, giving her some rubs, giving her some rubs. Kitty. Yeah, you like sitting in my lap, getting some good caressing and loves. Okay, skip to cargo hold. Okay, let's go home. Or not home, but I'm gonna duck up at the station is what I'm going to do. Okay. Duck. Okay. Hello?
You can start heading up for dinner.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I will. Okay, I'm gonna stop here, guys. You've been watching Skycat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the gas space to donate. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube. Sorry, I clicked it, but nothing happened. Fucking nothing. Nothing's gonna happen. I'm sorry. I would load the website if I don't know. Is it you or are you causing the problem? Yes, you are. So there we go. Come to skycat.live. Come click on the cast space to donate. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or follow. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. I will be back and after family dinner, 60, 90 minutes, something like that. And we'll see you in a bit. I love you guys. Bye. I'm going to pause this recording. Hi, guys. I'm back. It's 8:31 p.m. and I'm back in it. Been about an hour and a half here. Headphones here. Hopefully they're full charged. I think they are. Yep. There we go. Okay, going back to it. I seem. Oh right, I never did plug my keyboard. Oops. Hold on, just a second. I was trying to get this keyboard situation a little better. I did some rewiring when I got home. Okay, there we go, much better. And get on the camera here. Oh right, the volume. Yeah, volume needs to go up. There we go. I don't know. No, that doesn't seem to work. You are not recognizing this keyboard for some reason. Why not? No, that's not working, huh? Alright. What about up there somewhere? this mouse, or sorry, this dongle belongs to one of my white, or actually it's my Logitech mouse. It needs to stay in there, actually. Oops. We could pull this thing until we need it further. Yeah. Just plug directly in. Let's see if that works. Yeah, let's see if that works. Oh, that thing's off. Oops. There we go. There we go. There's input. Okay. Now I'm going to pull all of this closer. This is too far over. I'm going to fix it. Oh, I like that. And this will come over. Like that. There. Better. Okay. It's resituating. Okay. Now I'm going to put you like that. Or like even a little more. Yeah. You are in my face and I want you to fix. There we go. Check, 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 check. We are looking good. Okay, going out to do level 4 again. What shall I play? Nothing jumps out at me. I guess I just main Eve for now. ESO. I'll play ESO. Wait, I took us to the wrong place. Is what happened. I was like, what the hell? Okay, makes more sense now. There, I did it. $1.5 million infestations. I like their Morrowind zones, but I wish they had just remixed the Morrowind music. This music is just like doldrum to me. This damn canister made me sneeze. I have 18,000 gold, that's insane.
But a lot of people find
What? He killed me before I could kill him. Oh my god. Just rest me. It's so dumb. That was a boss, was it? I didn't know it was a boss. Part of this is my fucking whatever. I'll just keep going. I don't care. Fucking annoying. can't first person and werewolf? That's weird. We're going the wrong way in this place, yeah. These Eve settings are way better. Cool, I got this delved on. Ooh, he's gonna give me a... It's a lightning staff with better damage. Nice. Cool. Oh, it's a cool staff. Yeah, I like it. It looks good. Need to see a vendor. Wait, isn't it free to... What happens if I jump to that house? Let's go see. Can I just walk out the front door? Is that how that works? That's all this place is. I wonder if it's cheap. No. So that's okay. How do I buy, that house? ESO. How do I buy this St. Dellen house? A friend in need. Okay, so I need to go buy that house. Oh, cool. They'll just give it to me. What was the other one I looked at? It was like the Amaya Lake Lodge. What about the Amaya Lake Lodge? Can I get that for free if it's my first house? $1.3 million gold is insane. Help me locate. So the penthouse opens into the inn, which is kind of cool. Damn it. I can't find this NPC to buy this house. Fucking annoying. I want free transport tomorrow and at all times. So I can just come back home and teleport out. I think it'd be sweet. But it means finding the NPC and the Bethesda stands in the way and I don't really know. Or, oh, sorry, Zoss or whatever. Zoss stands in the way of me finding the NPCs, like, so annoying. It's still not good enough. I've been all over the inn and all over the Kenton. I can't find this NPC. Do better. Oh, maybe I do have the quest somewhere else. No. No, I don't have the quest. No, she doesn't. she's not here. Oh, I have to go back. clowns. That's clowns. Oh, look at their monetized housing system. Ugh. Nuka-Cola factory is so cool. So now I can just teleport back out here and I can leave the home and it takes me exactly back to where I was. Or I don't know, will let me leave. I think it leaves. Yeah, it just leaves. I saw like a quest giver back there. And I rode past because I had aggro, and now I don't see it. Oh, damn it. Oh well, I'm sure I'll see it around. Going to stop playing this game now, I think. I like this game, but I don't think I want to play it every day. It's got its issues. It's too theme parky. It's not drawing me in sandbox enough. It's, you know. I don't think other people can come in here, so I'm gonna wait here for a minute. I think, like, I'm scared that's the MCA, the radios. One of these... I don't know. In EVE Online, in the mission Smuggler Interception Level 4, Caldari, what faction rep is it? That's odd.
Find that her book almost makes it seem like she's the biggest victim in all of this. And then add to that the Joker quotes, and add to that a lot of survivors and victims' families members just didn't already like her involvement in the case because of he straight up told her.
Yeah.
So it just was a bizarre choice. So because Dr. Fenton did not put him on a psychiatric hold, it just became a giant point of contention in the aftermath of the incident. So remember how I said the interrogation for the defendant was about 4 minutes before he lawyered up? Well, there is a 45-minute clip we have of him sitting in the interrogation room prior and after to being formally questioned, and they're just making him wait there. And it is so bizarre to watch from, I guess, like a psychological standpoint. It's a very clear indicator of just how indifferent he is about what he did. For a good chunk of it, he is shirtless. He is wearing nothing but like a black pair of undies. He's so bored, he starts tearing the plastic label off his water bottle. He starts taking apart the paper cup in front of him. And again, none of his actions look like one of anxiety. It looks like, I am so bored, I need something to do. Eventually, he gets so tired of that, he starts banging around the underside of the table like he's a Home Depot dad. He starts picking at things. Eventually, an officer walks in asking him, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Removing staples. All right, is that your shirt that you're not wearing? He lifts up his shirt from his lap and looks at it. It was. It was? How come you're not wearing it? Because they cut it. Oh, okay. You cold or anything? No. The officer walks out, and immediately the defendant goes to try and play with the electrical socket. He's using the paper cup, trying to stuff it inside. It does not appear that he's trying to get himself shocked or electrocuted. He honestly, again, seems very bored, like he's waiting to get his driver's license renewed. Someone commented that it looks like he's waiting in the back room of a car dealership when the car salesman tries to negotiate with you and they make you wait. That's how indifferent he feels. That's the energy he gives. When the officer comes back in briefly to tell him, hey, don't do that, when he's gone, it seems like the defendant throws a temper tantrum. He flicks the water bottle and the paper cup, all the junk off the table, onto the chair and floor like a teenager slamming their door after a fight with their parents. Then the officers, they placed paper bags on his hands to protect the gunpowder residue, to which he asks, what's it for? The authorities don't tell him straight up. They don't say that. They just ask him, what do you think it's for? And he responds, popcorn.
What?
They look like popcorn paper bags. The officer responds, could be used for popcorn, but not right now. When the officers leave, the defendant starts playing hand puppets with the paper bags on his hands. He does this for minutes, multiple minutes, a full-grown man for multiple minutes. There's not more of this interrogation, like I said, because he lawyered up, and he will be pleading not guilty by reason of insanity to 24 counts of first-degree murder, 140 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 1 count of possessing illegal explosives. Meaning for every victim's life taken, he was charged with 2 counts of murder because of, quote, extreme indifference. This is going to be a death penalty trial. For each count, the defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity. The attorneys try showing examples of how insane he must have been because his grandfather from his mom's side was diagnosed with psychosis. He was hospitalized after wandering around the yard naked. Apparently his dad's father, his other grandfather, was also hospitalized for major OCD, and there are other people in the family that have schizoaffective disorder. His lawyer argued that the defendant, quote, was blessed and cursed by his genetics. He is smart and loaded for mental illness. He did have what the court documents and psychiatrists have described as remarkable pupil dilation. So a lot of pictures you see of him, his eyes look very intense. That can happen because of psychiatric medications. That can happen when
No, I don't think it's that bad.
his eyes look very intense.
My eyes have been worse.
That can happen because of psychiatric medications. That can happen when somebody is very stressed. It can happen for a variety of reasons. But in prison, it does appear that the defendant does start to lose his mind while waiting for the trial, which I do want to say again, this doesn't matter. Because it's not about his mental state in prison, it's about his mental state at the time of the crime. So yes, while it does appear he does seem to lose his mind a little bit in prison, there can be multiple different reasons for that. Now, there are 3 types of thought manipulation. Thought withdrawal. This is the paranoia that a patient might feel when they fear that someone is extracting their thoughts and feelings from their mind, feeling like someone is reading their mind. Now, there's thought insertion, the fear and perception that someone might make you think things without speaking to you. They're inputting it through waves or inputting it through frequencies to control your mind. And then there's thought broadcasting, the perception that your thoughts or feelings in your mind are somehow being translated and being portrayed on TVs and radios for others to watch. Broadcasted. These are clearly not normal, healthy perceptions. In prison, the defendant stated that they were experiencing thought withdrawal. He believed that everybody, the guards, the psychiatrists, the other inmates, were reading his mind. So he would distract them by sitting in his cell so that they can't read his mind, and he would scream out colors like blue, pink, red, green, so that they'd be so distracted by his actual words that they could not withdraw the thoughts from his mind. He got onto the top bunk of his cell and he stood erect on the top bunk and fell backwards. At the very last second when he fell, the CCTV footage showed that he does lean his head up to protect the back of his head. He did fall twice. Yeah.
So like they're saying that behavior is strange.
Yes. He stated that he was experiencing hallucinations. It could have been, you know, you could interpret this multiple ways. You could interpret it as him trying to pretend to be insane. You could interpret this as he is going through some sort of psychiatric
Nope, I think it's an asshole who's just trying to manipulate them psychologically however he can, including self-harm.
condition, which is what a lot of his
It's not that hard for somebody to come up with stuff like this to do.
psychiatrists believe that he was actually going through something. Again, doesn't matter because insanity means at the time of the crime. It doesn't mean 2 hours later. It doesn't mean 2 months later. He was taken to what they call the rubber room, where the whole place is just made out of really hard rubber. Yeah, he was put on self-exit watch, and he would get naked and start smearing his feces on the walls.
They all do this, though.
Said that he saw dancing shadows. He had feces caked in between his toes. He was just doing a lot of strange things. They give you a sack lunch when you're in...
Nope. It's all an act. He knows they're gonna kill him. So he's like trying to get out of it. These people will do anything.
in the rubber room because you're not allowed to have utensils. So they hand you a sack of food that you really cannot harm yourself with because they're concerned. And he wouldn't eat it. He just refused to eat for multiple days. He didn't drink water for multiple days. at one point he got the meat from a sandwich, like the luncheon meat, and he put it in between 2 paper cups and started eating that like a sandwich. So he's just eating paper cups. Just a lot of odd, different behaviors. Now, again, keep in mind, doesn't really matter. The records read, patient has been engaging in increasingly bizarre behavior, disorganized and self-harming behaviors. He has intermittently been refusing to wear clothing and eat or drink. He was noted to be licking the walls and defecating on the floors, smearing feces. The patient was noted to eat paper. He has also been banging his head against the wall as well as ramming towards the wall and headbutting it. Patient was noted to be talking to himself in jail and told people that he was not sure if they were real or not. Later, when patient was asked why he was not eating or drinking, he said, "I don't know what the juice is. I was in a box without any juice and I couldn't reach it." When asked why he was in jail, he said, "Because I pulled away from the people I knew and I drank their blood. I took the blood that was not mine and it was unfair. I was selfish." When asked about harming himself, he said that he, quote, bit his arm for food. And when he was asked what kind of food, he said proteinaceous food. His pupils were dilated to 5 millimeters, which isn't necessarily the most alarming thing in the world. Now, there were concerns that he was attempting to self-exit in prison, but he said that, actually no, he was just having visual hallucinations. In fact, he told his psychiatrist one of his biggest fears, ironically in prison, was that he would be murdered in prison for what he did. Yeah. So the question still remains. Was he insane at the time of the crime? Doesn't matter what he's doing in prison. In his notebook, he writes of his symptoms leading up to the crime, quote, symptoms. Now, keep in mind, everything in this notebook could be very well written with the intention of using it to support an insanity plea. He writes that he was experiencing catatonia for 3 to 5 hours in the middle of the day. He couldn't even move. The only words he hears in his head during that time are, "Bambi, get up, you must get up." He has brief periods of invincibility where he feels he's moving at hyperspeed, interchanged with periods of extreme tiredness. Later, during the interviews with his psychiatrist, he was asked, "What should people know about you?" And he responds, "That I'm kind of shy, I guess." Kind of a shy fella? Yep. He just has this weird smile the whole time. These interview tapes are available to the public. He never really blinks. He never really breaks eye contact. It's a lot. Perhaps there's a medication element to it, but his demeanor is a little off-putting when you realize what he's just done. He sits there in his prison uniform with his hands on his lap. He's not frozen still, but he's calm. He's so calm. He's not shifting his weight. He's not feeling a guilty conscience. He's not feeling uncomfortable being surveyed. He's just sitting there. His face almost looks frozen. His eyebrows are slightly raised with a slight smile the whole time. One netizen comments that it appears he's waiting to hear the punchline of a joke. That's the expression. Sometimes he does laugh and he'll quickly stop and he ends with a weak like, haha, okay.
Well, if I killed somebody, then there's a likelihood that I would kill again.
From a psychological standpoint, psychiatrists
Likelihood that I would kill again. Killed somebody, then there's a likelihood that I would kill again.
From a psychological standpoint, psychiatrists wanted to know, was he always like this? Now, the defendant's teacher, when he was a kid, once called him a Renaissance child, a child protege, very clever at everything, like just mastering everything, sports, grades, everything, but always a little distant. One soccer mom said, "I could tell you a lot about every single kid on that team, except for him. He was a lot more aloof." According to his friends, at one point the defendant was one of the top 5 players at the game World of Warcraft. In the world.
In the world?
Yeah. So one of his former friends said, we were just all pretty nerdy people. So there seems to be 2 groups of people saying either he's very nerdy and kind of quirky, or some people saying, oh, he's very, very odd. Now, the defendant claims ever since he was 10, he struggled with the meaning of life, wanting to find a purpose and something meaningful to do.
This video I'm watching said that James Holmes, the Century 16 killer, if I got his name right, I'm not sure I did, was a top 5 World of Warcraft player. Is that actually true? That can't possibly be true. Or has at any time has WoW ever had American players in the top 5? Yeah, South Korean, European, a very select few American pros like David Sadis Chan or Matthew Skeeter Anderson.
A lot of netizens, and I agree with this, is he just seems like a normal kid, indicating there doesn't seem to be any sense of psychological issues. But maybe he
No
was just a
sense,
little
huh?
bit quirky. Like that does
Not all the therapists and manifestos and
mean
you
anything.
know, and the shooting or anything. You don't think he had any signs? I think he had a lot of signs. At the booby traps for the cops. He showed so much psychotic ass behavior. The man was obviously fucking crackpot. I don't think he was crazy. I think he's just a psycho. Fucking psycho. Like somebody who takes takes pleasure in other people's pain. Black Diamond was a really good pull. It does so much fucking damage. Just one shots most of the things. Like 2 shots. Clear the ghouls from the bunker. No, that's the infestation. Where's the rest of them? Oh no, I'm done. So that's it. So I can go back to turn in. Cool.
Anything. When asked why other people
I did not know this whole story about what it was like for him in prison and all that stuff.
doesn't have similar struggles.
I'm glad I listened to it, but it also hits really close to home. 'Cause I'm Colorado to the death. I mean, this guy, he was pretty much me. He was the same age, same problems, same fucking shit. Not the school shooting stuff, or I'm sorry, the theater shooting stuff. Just all the problems and everything. I think he was kind of crazy.
To him, he said it's because his mind is different. When the
Yeah,
defendant was
his mind
8
is
years old,
different.
his
This
parents
is
brought him to a
psychotic.
psychologist stating that he was not being nice to his younger sister, but the psychologist thought it was just very normal stuff. Like very normal family stuff. He was sent home and they followed through with the psychologist's directions. He ended up fine. He had a little bit of a distrust towards authority figures, but nothing rare to see in an 8-year-old. But as a kid, the defendant claims that he had a few small things that he did, like only chewing with the left side of his teeth. He said that he felt the need to preserve the right side of his teeth, as well as his face. And every time he passed a mirror, he would check his hair about 10 plus times a day. He also writes about a frustration he had, and he says, quote, inability to communicate what I want to say, though I can understand it. Typically, I have an image in my mind, but I can't say images or draw them. Would be nice if there was some form of telepathy to transfer the image. His communication seems to be very straightforward, but also not because he loves his pseudo-intellectual philosophical rambles in his notebook. So just to give you an idea, one time a psychiatrist asked him, how close were you with your grandma when she passed? He responds, I was 9 hours away.
What? Like,
Yeah, so the psychologist is clearly asking, like, how close were you emotionally to your grandma when she passed? But he says in distance.
this is not him trying to be clever.
We don't know. I mean, the psychiatrist...
So I guess either he's trying to be like a little smarty pants, or he's genuinely just do not think about human connection. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, some people believe that he doesn't think of human connection because he has such a strong sense of superiority. Almost all of his responses point back to he thinks very highly of himself and not
thinks
much
he's
of
better
everybody
than
else
everybody
because my
else.
mind is different.
I have the same issues. You see, it's just crazy. But the thing is, I don't sit there and tell myself I'm better than somebody else. I don't believe that. I know I'm not. I know I'm the lowest dregs of the society, essentially. The difference is, I still believe myself to be capable of truly great things, and that I could be a great person deep down, besides all the drug addictions and problems, you know. And so and then anybody who steps to me, I think I'm better than them, and it's just crazy. It's like at that point they've already lowered themselves lower than me. So it's, you know, yeah, it's the same sort of superiority complex. It is a superiority complex. It's a egomaniacal god complex where you're like, I'm the main character on the server. All of this is about me. Everybody, like, you know, I don't know.
Because I was pondering the meaning of life at 10 years old.
Right.
He very much believes that I think that a lot of the experiences that most humans have are unique to him.
Got it.
Yeah. Well, I do want to preface that the psychiatrists don't think that he was insane during the time of the crime. And the only reason that we're bringing up all these things is not to say that he was. I don't think he was. Nobody thinks he was. The professionals that personally evaluated him don't think he was. A lot of netizens think it's good to know to see if there were any warning signs. Like him telling Dr. Fenton was clearly a sign that could have been prevented.
Yeah.
Now, he starts getting into massive multiplayer online role-playing games, which is, again, normal, but he played so often that people said that he became a little bit antisocial. Not a diagnosis, that's a very casual term that they're using. He just liked to play games, okay? He liked to escape from reality. He would sometimes space out. He had this look so often that people said he appeared sleepy most of the time. He would read books in his closet. Again,
Yeah.
nothing too alarming. The defendant would state in one notebook that he liked to zone
Yeah, I don't like it when they look sleepy all the time, because it means they've like signed out. They've like signed out of life and they don't care what happens.
out when, quote, in a
They look sleepy or dopey.
boring situation when someone
Trump looks like that to me.
is giving a presentation or otherwise rambling about frivolous information. So again, that's superiority. Now, there are some red flags though. When he was younger, his parents moved their family home. So they had to move cities. He had to start all over again with the same school and like different friends. And he said that he cut a piece of cardboard off a moving box, like one of those cardboard boxes. He cut it off and he sawed at his arms. There were no real injuries from it, but it is kind of alarming behavior. He did say around 10 years old, he started having these intrusive thoughts that a nuclear bomb
Yeah, I still have a saw. I was a cutter for there for a little bit, and I still have the scars on my shoulders. Stupid. I wanted to carve a word into my arm. Hero. Like, what kind of hero am I? I'm carving the word hero into my arm, you know? I don't think it makes me crazy. It's just weird and dumb. Okay, I think I want to... No, yeah, you never loaded, huh? I fired you up, but you never actually loaded. Like, I want you to close now. You are not running. Stop.
Bomb would wipe out everybody. Just visions of nuclear bombs killing everybody, detonating. He said these thoughts would come on a monthly basis. Sometimes they came more when he was stressed. Interestingly, psychiatrists have noticed that's a pretty extreme sense of superiority, grandiose thinking as a 10-year-old. It's almost he believes he can do something to wipe out humanity.
I'm experiencing this problem in Fallout 76 where I can't access the plans for the hunter sign that you have to build for the quest, hunter for hire sign, and I don't know what to do. I can't see the plan in my inventory. I know I have it because I can like see it when I transfer to my stash, but I can't actually access the plans. Is there some trick? Oh, okay. You can learn from the stash. I didn't know that. Oops. Alright. Well, then let's go try and get that done. Now I'm gonna jump out now. I can always come back here if I want to. Cool.
Is how they interpreted his thoughts. That evolved into a saw decapitating anonymous people's heads. He said that he would see random people, so these are not people he claimed he knew in his personal life, and there would be this imaginary saw, like this vision in his head. The saw moved on its own. It was not connected to a hand. The saw did not represent him, he stated, but it would just decapitate people's heads. He said he saw shadows dancing in the corner of his eyes, which some people feel are hallucinations, I don't know. And he also oddly refers to all of his memories almost like internal videos. Like to him, it's like an internal video, is what the psychiatrist said. Yeah. But it does seem like he has a God complex. In his notebook, there's a page just covered with the question why. He's written like 100 times, just why. And when asked by a psychiatrist, the defendant just responds, why should I live? Why does anybody need to live? You can essentially ask why to any question. He said, if I could get to kill everybody in the world, that would put an end to the question of why people needed to be alive in the first place. That was the question I wanted to answer ever since I was a kid. I was at rock bottom, things couldn't get any worse. When the defendant is asked about how he felt afterwards, after accomplishing his mission, he reported feeling empty in mood, just lack of feelings and thoughts. He does try to fake having any semblance of humanity by saying he's really sad that he watched the news and discovered that he killed a 6-year-old girl. He goes on to say that he specifically went to a midnight movie to avoid killing children because children deserve to live more than adults. But he also says he does stand by the fact that his human capital increased because of the murders. So I think he's just an evil, vile person. In addition, he states that he feels sad he took someone's choice away on whether or not they wanted to live because he would want that choice for himself. But then at the same time, he believes his human capital increased. I mean, all of it is done very unconvincingly. The notes read, express very little anxiety, conflict, or regret regarding the crime. That's his psychiatrist note on him in prison. Now, just like the Wade Wilson case, I'm so confused because women are sending letters to the defendant.
No way.
Not just letters, but sexual photos of them showing their cleavage in skimpy clothes, kneeling on the ground. I think within the first few months, he received $4,000 in his commissary account. Yeah, he put them all those sexy photos up on the board in his prison wall, along with the infinity symbol with the circle around it. When asked later why he thought these random women were sending him these letters, he said he thought it was because they found his adultfinder.com, match.com profile. The trial would start April of 2015, nearly 3 years after the crime, and the jury selection would take 3 months, which is really long. It's not record-setting. Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, his was 9 months, but the trial was the largest jury summons in U.S. history, meaning they had to call more people to see if they could be a juror, because the state, the community, the people were still recovering and healing from Columbine, which is Columbine High School is a 34-minute drive from the Century 16 movie theater. Both are just on the outskirts of Denver, and to get people who are not biased after Columbine would be really hard. Not that anybody cared to clear all bias. There were 24 jurors, 12 official and 12 alternates. At least 2 of them had ties to Columbine. It was just impossible to find someone without ties. One of the jurors was a survivor of Columbine, was like in the school and survived. The testimonies were a lot. It was weeks of trauma and pain that was reopened for the whole community. 2 police officers, husband and wife, were working that night. So, I mean, just think about the ripple effect of these types of incidents. It's not just the people that were there. It's not just the victims' families or the survivors' families. It's the first responders. It's the medical staff at the hospitals. It's everybody that knew these people. You're talking about, I don't know, the spider web of effects. I don't even know how one would calculate that. And obviously the whole nation too. Now, 2 police officers, husband and wife, were working that night at the theater, and Michael, the husband, said when he got home, he had to clean all the blood off his wife's uniform and gear bag. He said the victims were, quote, subjected to nothing less than the trauma of war. Caleb, the husband who had to have brain surgery while his wife gave birth 2 floors below in the same hospital, he does end up surviving. When he was recovering, there was a moment where the doctors didn't know how much he knew of what was going on around him, and when they brought him his son in the room, his heart rate and blood pressure rose. He moved his hand towards his baby to touch him. He would appear in court in a wheelchair. He lost an eye. He cannot speak. He cannot walk. His dreams were of being a stand-up comic, and now he can't communicate as well as he used to. He could only testify in court by tapping out letters on a big white alphabet board balanced on the witness stand. The whole time, the defendant shows no emotions. He is so passive, in fact, that people questioned whether or not he was being drugged. He just had no reaction the entire time. In the end, one of the defendant's reports reads, by a psychiatrist,
He signed out the day he went
there
to
is
go
no
do
question
it.
that the defendant at the time of the commission of the alleged act was capable of distinguishing from right or wrong. They continue. It is in my professional opinion that the defendant was not so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the acts as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to those acts. He knew his crime was highly illegal.
No, none of that has ever worked. Got anything else? Oh my fucking god, that's what it is. Oh, I didn't know they added a recipe book. Thank you. That's what it was. Thank you. God damn, so annoying. Yeah, I can finally do that stupid sign thing.
Legal. He planned and practiced to avoid detection. He planned, considered, and implemented methods of distraction and escape.
Yeah, booby
He
traps
carefully
and
chose a
shit,
method
too.
of killing that he reasonably believed would result in the maximum number of deaths. He carried out the crime deliberately and methodically. He said he knew that his victims would suffer and would not want this. He never alleged that his arrest was unjustified or that his acts were somehow acceptable. During the trial, when the photos of the victims' injuries are shown, the defendant looks up at each and every single one of them, with no indication of remorse. The jury saw a 45-minute police video of the crime scene. Media in the courtroom reported what they saw. The video was never made public, nor should it be, but media in the courtroom reported. It is so graphic. There are bodies sprawled across the floor, aisle after aisle. Some bodies are contorted, while other bodies appear to be in positions of trying to hide. Some are in fetal positions. There's still soda cups in cup holders, popcorn scattered everywhere, bullet casings littered all around the floor. The combination of something so innocent like a movie theater with all the blood, all the leftover belongings, cell phones that were ringing. Officers said the abandoned cell phones rang inside the theater for hours after the crime. It was just so grim. Ultimately, the jury found the defendant guilty on all 165 charges against him. The 27-year-old defendant was found guilty of first-degree murder, including extreme indifference. The judge almost breaks down into tears and states, "It is a display of contrast. Whereas the defendant had a long-lasting hatred of mankind, the victims who have come in here and addressed the court have shown all that is good about humanity." And before adjoining the court, Judge Seymour states, "Get the defendant out of my courtroom."
Get the defendant out of my courtroom, please. Thank you.
Ultimately, he would
That was him. God damn it, I hate him.
The defendant out of my courtroom, please. Thank you.
Ultimately, he would be sentenced to 12 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 3,318 years for attempted murder and explosive charges. The jury spared him the death penalty. There was one juror who did not want the death sentence, and it had to be unanimous. 6 months later, the theater remodeled and was reopened.
Nope, they just didn't believe in it, and they're allowed to not believe in it. I don't believe in it either. Death is too easy for that motherfucker. Let him rot in the fucking prison.
A lot of survivors and victims' families went, and they said it was a way to take back the control and not let the tragedy define them. Many first responders also attended. Honestly,
It
I think
doesn't
they're so
define you.
brave for going back. I can't imagine,
We
nor do
never
I
said
think
it
I would
did.
even have the strength to walk
It
back
doesn't
through those
define you
doors.
guys.
So these are very incredibly resilient people Many of the
Fuck yeah, they
survivors are
Colorado,
clearly still
baby.
suffering. I mean, I would say
Colorado
all.
fucking strong.
Many are dealing with severe PTSD, anxiety, depression, permanent physical injuries, paralysis, loss of control over bodily functions, amputations, chronic pain. Many still have pieces of bullets in them because it would be more dangerous to take them out. And it's
We call
likely
them
that
cannon.
all of them deal with some level of guilt. Not that they should, but the brain just works in those ways. One survivor said, "I still wonder every day how I got out of there and how I'm a survivor and they're not. I think about them and I think about all the people that lost their lives every single day." 12 people would be killed from the events of July 20th. The last words Gordon Cowden was able to say to his 2 teenage daughters when they were separated in the theater in the chaos was, "I love you." He would be found dead. He was a father of 4, and his kids were his whole life. His son would say, "My dad taught me what it meant to be a man." He was a father first and last and always. That was all there was. We were trying to figure out what to say for his eulogy and such, but really, it was just, he had us 4 kids, and that was just the life he lived. That was all he was all about. His kids were his whole life. John Larimer was at the theater with his girlfriend, Julia. Julia would later say, "John's first instinct was to grab my head and cover me and tell me to get down. He was kind of guiding me where to go, and he looked up for a split second to kind of see what was going on, and I thought, I think that's when he got shot. He was holding on to me tight, and I could feel he relaxed. I think that's when he died." Julia survived, but lost about 40% of her hearing and has severe PTSD. Even the scent of popcorn can trigger really terrifying memories, but she says she will never forget the love of her life that saved her in more ways than one. She said, "He was 1 in a billion to me and a lot of people, and I hope that his heroism and his bravery can be honored forever and remembered forever." Which, by the way, his bravery extends beyond that night. He was also serving our country in the Navy. He said that he just wanted to protect our country and save others from danger and harm. John was 27. Alexander Sully was turning 27 that night. His parents searched for him for 14 hours, and they pleaded with the press, showing a picture of their son, "Tell me where he is," because all the hospitals nobody had answers. He kept screaming, "Tell me where he is, someone call us," and they would not receive that word until hours later that their son had passed. Tom, Sully's dad, just remembered seeing him on the cold steel gurney in the morgue, and he leaned down and he whispered, "Mom was worried. We'll see you again." And the place Sully's parents feel the closest to him is at the movie theater. They still feel a burning need for change and gun reform. Alex's dad, Sully's dad, who had never any dreams to become a politician, he was working at the post office, was elected into the Colorado State House in 2018. Yeah, and he wore Alex's leather jacket every day as a reminder of who he is and why he's here. He is a Colorado State Senator. 18-year-old AJ was there with his 19-year-old fiance, La Samoa, or La. She said, "When AJ and I realized something very bad was happening, we stood up. He grabbed my hand. We were getting ready to leave. He turned around, looked at me in the most shocked way, and then hit the ground." She said, "My world, my whole identity was shook." AJ was an award-winning ceramic artist who was on his way to go to college, and his dreams weren't even to fill a museum. He just wanted to open up his own studio and be an art teacher. AJ's mom told the court, "I am now a single mother of 1 child. I have lost half of what I was put on this earth to do. My life is basically half of what it
I
was."
met a lady who was in the
Jesse
Sector
Childress
16.
was 29 when he threw himself over his co-worker in the Air Force. She was his junior, and she had only been in the Air Force Base for a month. Jesse was tasked with showing her the ropes. It would be said about Jesse, he was a very hard worker. There was never a job he left undone. He was very patient. He showed me everything, answered every single question I had when I got there. Since I was the new person, I needed to be shown around, and he did all of this while still getting his job done. Outside of that, he was just the nicest guy. 24-year-old Alex Teves would dive in front of his girlfriend when the gunshots went off. He was shot in the
That's what
head.
you do.
His wounds were
what
so
you do.
horrific that his parents were advised against seeing their son's body one last time. He had a master's degree in counseling psychology. 24-year-old Jessica Gwawi had been brought to the Children's Hospital in Colorado. She had severe injuries to her lower chest and abdomen. They worked to resuscitate her for over an hour, but she did not survive. She had gone to the movies with one of her best childhood friends, Brent Lowak, who was visiting town, and they had known each other since they were little, and he probably knew of Jessica's eating habits.
We'll go see
Jessica's
Batman.
family would joke, if there was something on your plate you did not want Jessica to eat, you better put hot sauce on it. She was such a foodie. She was a sports journalist, And Jessica and Brent were sitting in the 12th row, munching on popcorn, when Jessica's mom had texted her. And she responded, "Go to bed, Mom. Get some sleep. I can't wait for you to come next week. I need my mama." Her mom sent one last text message before going to bed, and it read, "I need my baby girl." The lights dimmed, the movie started. Jessica was shot 6 times. Brent was shot. He managed to crawl out while escaping. He called Jessica's mom, and she could hear screaming in the background, and he told her, quote, "There's been a shooting. It's random. I've been shot twice. I think Jesse's been shot twice too." Jessica's mom remembers telling him, "Please just tell me she's not dead." And he just said, "I'm sorry, I tried." When officers went into the theater, they're pulling victims to the emergency exit and loading them into the squad cars.
I had worried that Mango herself might be a sociopath, but she's not. You can see it.
She was laying in the
She crying.
back seat when the officer booked it to the emergency room, but she was pronounced dead. Jessica's mom would say, "The last 3 or 4 days, I hadn't been able to sleep because I kept thinking of my baby on that theater floor all by herself, that dirty theater floor, being outlined in chalk all alone. But knowing that someone held her as she died, it means everything. I couldn't be there to hold her, but somebody was." Jessica's friend Brent is a medical technician and firefighter. He had been shot as well, but he was one of the last to leave the scene. He was helping the injured with medical triage. He suffers from permanent nerve damage. And the sickest part of all of this is that this wasn't even Jessica's first mass tragedy. She was in a food court in Toronto when someone opened fire. Well, she was in the
What?
mall. In total, 6 people were shot, 2 people died, and she wrote about it.
She's like, "This is my second one."
She wrote, "I was in the Eaton Center in Toronto just seconds before someone opened fire in the food court."
Oh.
She was actually at the food court to eat sushi. That's why she came to the mall,
You
was
gotta
to eat
open
sushi. And
fire with guns in public. Is it to show us that the right wing will get out of hand with their guns? What's the point of it?
the food court.
Why
But
is
for
the right
whatever
wing
reason,
like
she
this?
changed her mind last minute and was like, you know what? I'd rather get burgers and poutine. So she left the food court. Moments later, someone opened fire right at that position. She writes in her blog, "Who would go to a mall full of thousands of innocent people and open fire? Is
Fucking
this really the
shithead.
world we live in?"
A right winger.
I was shown how fragile life was on Saturday. I saw the terror on bystanders' faces. I saw the victims of a senseless crime. I saw lives change. I was reminded that we don't know when or where our time on earth will end, when or where we will breathe our last breath. I say all the time that every moment we have to live is a blessing. My mind keeps replaying what I saw over and over in my head. I wish I could shake this odd feeling from my chest, the feeling that's reminding me how blessed I am. Jessica's mom tried to comfort her after that experience, and she told her, "At least you've seen the worst in humanity and you'll never see it again." 6 weeks later, she was killed in Aurora.
There's a humanity that I know.
Sandy, Jessica's mom, now travels the country to build support networks for loved ones of gun violence victims. She built a relationship with the parents of Trayvon Martin, as well as parents of children who died in Sandy Hook. She is a victims advocate for the Brady campaign to prevent gun violence.
Fucking Aurora, man. Fucking Aurora. You know, I used to have this thing as a drug dealer. They'd ask me, "You gotta go to Aurora?" I'd say no. And they'd be like, "You're a fucking psycho." They're like, "You won't go to Aurora?" I would always be like, "No, I'm not going to Aurora. I don't trust Aurora." I got robbed. The only time I've ever had a pistol leveled in my face was Aurora. I don't like Aurora.
Rebecca Wingo had dreams of being a social worker. Very smart, very accomplished person. She was fluent in Mandarin and working for the US Air Force as a translator. She wanted to help teens transition out of the foster care system. And the way that people describe Rebecca was, she's a catalyst. She's a person that walks into the room and things happen. She is effective. She gets things done. She has this gravity to her. Everybody gets pulled in her direction. People love her. They said if she put her mind to something, she was going to get it done. What an example she set for her daughters. She was able to connect with people and even animals almost instantly. Friends called her the animal whisperer. They said, "Our cat Kiki was a feral cat just running around Hawaii. She just calls to the cat and brings the cat home," and they still have the cat to this day. Rebecca is survived by her 2 beautiful daughters and their father, as well as her parents and siblings. Jonathan Blanc was at the theater with his girlfriend Jansen. He had served in the Navy and he was taking EMT classes. He heroically shielded his girlfriend's body from the bullets and tragically passed away. He is survived by 2 beautiful children. Michaela Medic was 23 years old when she and her friends arrived at the theater. She wrote on Facebook before her passing, "I'm a simple, independent girl who's trying to get their life together while still having fun." She was saving up for her bucket list trip of going to India. It said that when her father found out, he was absolutely hysterical, quote, just sobbing, "I want to get my baby home. I need to bring my baby home. I need to bring my baby home." She was known for loving Hello Kitty, and many of her friends got tattoos of Hello Kitty in memory. 27-year-old Matt McQuinn was at the theater with his girlfriend and her older brother. Matt shielded both of them during the gunfire and was shot 3 times.
He was one of the bigger heroes.
He died protecting them. Everyone that knew Matt said, "You need a Matt in your life. Someone who always keeps the morale up." He was always doing small things to brighten friends and coworkers' days. And the 12th victim, Veronica Moser Sullivan, stood at 4 feet 4 inches, 50 pounds. She was 6 years old. She would be the youngest. She was at the movies with her family, including her mom, Ashley. And Ashley had just found out hours before this movie that she was going to have a little sibling. Ashley was pregnant, and she would lose both Veronica and her unborn baby in the tragedy. Ashley herself would lose the ability to utilize her arms and legs. She is paralyzed and unable to walk. She suffers from anxiety and depression that is so severe that oftentimes she cannot even leave the house. Eugene and Kristen, they were in the second row, do you remember? And when the nightmare started, they were engaged. Eugene had shielded Kristen but got shot in the hip and the knee. Both of them ended up surviving, and so did their 3 friends. And on the 1-year mark of the attack, exactly a year later, they decided to get married, just 3 miles from the theater. One of Kristen's bridesmaids, along with 2 of Eugene's groomsmen, were also survivors of the attack. One of his friends was badly injured. He had to have his leg amputated. Eugene was actually the one that chose the 1-year mark, and Kristen at first didn't really get it. She didn't understand it, but they just wanted to reclaim the day. They wanted it to be about something good and not have this one day every single year that is just another tragic reliving through. But Eugene still has bullet fragments in him, but that's the story of what happened July 20th, 2012 in Aurora, Colorado.
I think it's so touching to hear that these, I guess the victims are kind of, I guess they're heroes because most of them are.
Yeah, most of them passed protecting their loved ones, and it said that a lot of people were just trying to help everyone while getting out too. Yeah, and I think even the community, how they rallied around them is...
Colorado, baby.
What are your thoughts? I just wanted to talk about it because recently I was talking to a few younger people and they didn't really know what happened, and it just, yeah. What are your thoughts on the case? Leave it in the comments, and I will see you in the next one. Please be safe.
I'm sorry, who's this?
His name's Ray.
Ray? I remember Ray. And your name is?
Lorraine.
Lorraine? And Timmy.
So that sound is this man barking. Now, what is the story of this family?
So it's Ray on the left, Timmy in the center, this Lorraine's son, and that's Freddie on the right. Freddie has passed away. They all have mental health issues, and you can't just magically fix their mental health. They still don't know how to do all the things that we all know how to do. Oh, and you want me to get a job and shower and get dressed and pay taxes and all that shit? Fuck that. Everything is just like, how do I make a quick buck right now?
I have a confession to make. I suffer from something I struggle to say, to put into words. A duality, some may say hypocrisy, that is being a true crime fan.
I think it just stokes paranoia, but I think we enjoy that paranoia.
As a person who is related to or have known people who have been murdered, we're talking about this.
Yeah, I know somebody who's been murdered. I know several people have been murdered. So I have an interest in true crime.
subject like it's some folk tale, and it's like, damn, these are real people.
Some people, they plan out doing school shootings just because they want the notoriety of people who have got so famous because of true crime content.
I lie to myself to justify my addiction. I mean, I say, oh, it brings awareness to cold cases, or it reignites the memory of missing people. But we all know that's a bunch of bumbleclad. I have a fascination with these cases, a fascination I'm not proud of. Beyond the genre having more ethical detours in the city of Roblox and the prevalence of true crime engendering a mindset that fearmongers us into justifying conservative perspectives on law and order or even policing. But there's an area of the internet that goes far deeper into this phenomena, and one of the worst offenders is also one of the most successful YouTubers on the platform. A YouTuber that takes pride in running a trauma sweatshop. I mean, usually the ones that build their whole brand on other people's backs try to keep quiet about it. But not this nigga.
The phrase 13-year-old prostitute, I mean, can a 13-year-old be a prostitute? They're being abused. How can you just like interview a person like that and label them that?
He's happily going on podcasts telling Joe and all the rest of us about his booming business of exposing people's deepest wounds and life stories for his own profit, with impunity.
He's talking to Joe Rogan here. The way he's describing them is a little disrespectful because these are people with special needs.
You've probably even seen his content yourself. A black and white portrait thumbnail of an enticing character. Shocking stories told by real people in dire, traumatic, questionable, or just intriguing circumstances. You may have even been curious enough to click on a link, but what you probably didn't realize at the time is that with that click,
This guy always shoots and it always sets me off. That's the sound. Stop. Stop. Oh, kitty. On my lap. I was wondering what was making the noise. It was like this particular feral ghoul. Hi. Yeah, I love you, kitty. Oh, kitty, I love you. Kitty, 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 I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, kitty. I love it when you come curl up in my lap. I love it. Alright, warp to location. Go get these stupid thingies that I didn't get. At least the other one's safe. I will take it daily from Lane. Also, if I ever see anybody, it's usually here. Oh yeah, I have that quest up there, huh? Oh, and any of that. Gotta go do this first.
by watching that video, maybe even subscribing to his channel. you're actually supporting one of the most insidious creators that I've ever seen on this platform. Because this ain't your garden variety trauma pornographer like Trap Law Ross or Tyler Oliveira. This is someone that is callous and calculated. And despite some whisper networks outing his pernicious practices and calculated, Ross or Tyler Oliveira, this is someone that is callous and calculated. And despite some whisper networks outing his pernicious practices, he's actually growing.
It feels very pornographic, like very much like they know.
Oh, so soft white underbelly is evil? I wondered.
People will have this like sickened fascination with it.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's take it back to when things really got cooking.
Now to growing concerns about the deadly coronavirus officially hitting the U.S. Here's what we know.
Markets' reaction to the outbreak causes concern for many of us. Overseas, the situation there is already very serious. More countries in Europe have confirmed cases. Most of those patients having traveled to Italy, where the number of confirmed cases there is now 322, with at least 10 people killed by the virus.
We will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days.
Heightened states of emergency across the nation as the number of coronavirus cases soars above 3,000.
Breaking news, stay at home. That is the order tonight from 4 state governors as the coronavirus pandemic spreads. New York, California, Illinois, and Connecticut all ordering non-essential employees to stay home. Those orders cover 75 million people across the United States.
It's March 2020, and for a moment, practically everyone around the world was going through the same thing. The mind-numbing boredom pressure cooker of being trapped inside your goddamn house for every last hour of the day. As a political scientist myself, it would have been a researcher's wet dream if it didn't have all kind of ethical issues, but once you got past the shock, fear, concern, and you were just cooped up inside all the time, that's what really took over. Boredom. After being so disillusioned by not having to deal with capitalism for so long that I have to manufacture capitalism by playing Animal Crossing and being a slave to Tom Nook,
I need my paper like Tom Nook.
We as a species were absolutely starving for something, anything that could consume us for just long enough to forget that we were trapped inside. So we turned to our screens, YouTube, TikTok. All these other dopamine-driven social media slot machines were always doing pretty well.
76.
But having everyone stuck at home depressed out of their mind with nothing to do but scroll, well, that's when it took another level. YouTube had a 75% uptick of views for just the news channels alone. But those weren't the only videos that were blowing up around this time. There's no way that I could underscore how unique of a time this was for social media, because this was like the golden age. Creators that had never experienced a boom on the platform before this since it took off in 2006. You see, back then, everything was so new that practically anyone had a shot to make it big to an extent. As long as like you were funny and could hold somewhat of an attention for a little bit of time, you were in. But then the platform took off, and for years, it was pretty hard to build a name for yourself among the endless sea of other content. There was still a lot of competition, but now there were so many new viewers ripe for the taking. And just like that, money and opportunity were now at the forefront of being a YouTuber. Lots of new creators were carving out successful channels for themselves around this time. I mean, even your boy right here hopped on the YouTube train around 2020. And a month into the pandemic, our brains were absolutely melting, fiending for some intriguing media or something different, something captivating. And then, amidst all of this, that's when a video from a very unique channel started going viral. When everyone was trapped inside with nothing to talk about except for, the pandemic, that's when people started seeing this video.
That's America. This is the real America. There was an X-Files episode about this sort of thing called Home, and it really did scare the shit out of me. When I was a child. Wait, there's like a whole pop here. All of it repopped for some reason. Wait, what? Okay, all of this repopped for some reason. So I have to kill that Blood Raider transport again. And then loot him and leave. But I mean, it is good that they repopped. I'm gonna bring my other Gila back here, and I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna, Oh, my kitty. My lucky kitty. I love her. Yeah, you can sit in my lap. Shall I touch you and rub you? We can just love you. We could just love you, kitty. We can just love you so much. Okay, go to Campus. Campus right there. So yeah, just spend the beacon and get started, I guess. There's not really much else I can do. I think it's faster from 76. Oh, I don't know, maybe not.
What's your favorite memory, Ray? Do you remember anything about your life?
It showcased the intimate, realistic life of a family that most people would likely never come across in their day-to-day. But what made them so distinct? Well, the Whitaker family was raised deep in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia, and they had several sons that had congenital birth defects from inbreeding. There was definitely a bevy of podcasts and interviews around this time.
Yeah, the X-Files did an episode about these people. It scared the shit out of me. Starts out they were like hiding a baby under a baseball diamond in a fucking baseball field, and it was really weird, like a weird genetically like modified baby, or not modified, but like genetically sick baby that like was a result of inbreeding and stuff. The hell was that? So it's yeah, this is some kind of monument too, huh? That's the abandoned cabins. They're like haunted. Two bobby pins. Phone here. See if this cord's charging it better. Yeah. And I'm gonna check my bank account. So, checking the bank account. Oh, I might have to log in to my bank account, which is fucking annoying. Oh. Oh, here we go, here we go. Oh no, it let me in, I think. Oh, good. Oh. What was that? Yeah, how much is just killing everything else in here now? I said I didn't really need to bring her here, or she could just kill the whole room, but it's faster now. Clearing the room twice was not bad. It's like another 20 mil or something, 30 mil. It's worth it. I kind of want to take Tristan's into the Abyss, and I think I might. Could do that from Jita. Who cares about that? And I know they do a lot of damage, and they'll just wreck everything. And I'm gonna just have them follow each other and have them go collect loot. I'm out of bobby pins. I'll have to pull them out of my box. I don't really need anything. I don't know where my body is. I will have to find it. I think I went this way. I might have lost my kid. Go in here? I don't know. No, this wasn't it. My body like dropped and I don't think I can recover it. Where did I die? I know I died to this guy, I think. I just don't know where in relations. There, the personnel transport, that's the one I've got to go to. The fucking body, where is it? Fucking so annoying. My body, it should be really evident, but it's not. I think he killed me here, but I think the body fell through the floor or something dumb and I can't see it. And I'll have to go replace everything I had, which is such a pain in the fucking ass. At least I didn't have like leak food or anything like that. But I did lose time. I lost time. No, wait, there it is. Oh, good, okay. Yeah, right. I was like, I'm gonna finish the thing.
but nothing like this. And yeah, trauma content isn't anything new. I mean, folks have been documenting people's unnerving stories since they had a camera to record with, but there was something special about this channel. The viewers weren't just taking notice of the family on the screen. It was the anonymous voice behind the camera that was capturing their attention as well. It was a seemingly compassionate, unbiased, direct approach to storytelling that made the channel stand out. Like everyone that saw this video popping up on their For You page a few years back, I immediately clicked on the channel to see who exactly was putting this out. The soft, white underbelly. And the man behind the channel is a guy named Mark Leiter. Mark kicks off this video chasing Ray around, asking him the same question repeatedly over and over again. This is the face of inbreeding. And it worked. Ray was a hell of a hook. I mean, people were glued to the screen the second they saw him. And just like that, the soft white underbelly captured people's attention in a grand way. Mark was the good guy for providing a platform to people that society usually ignores and discards without a second thought. And to top it off, many of these stories were genuinely captivating for the audience. They wanted to hear about their lives. They stayed from the start of the video until the very end because they needed to know more. It was the perfect combination of virality cheat code, the isolating environment of the pandemic, the cold hard look into real lives that veered outside the norm by a wide margin. Tales that kept everyone hooked for more than a minute at a time. Viewers couldn't look away. They were hungry for more. And soon, the soft white underbelly channel was becoming just as popular a topic as the pandemic itself in the YouTube spheres. Mark didn't stop with the Whitaker. No, he saw this opportunity and he started barreling ahead at full speed. Once he had pulled in tens of millions of views with that single interview, he kept the videos coming, showing more people as time went on from increasingly severe situations. He was pulling in anyone he could find out there, like teenage girls working the street, members of the KKK, sex workers and their pimps, victims of heinous and brutal crimes, as well as their perpetrators. Each video drew in more of an audience. It gave more authority to the channel and Mark Leiter as the creator behind it. The soft white underbelly was becoming so popular that viewers were beginning to beg for more content. They wanted Mark to go back to fan favorites like the Whitaker family from that very first episode that blew up and do an update of where are they now type of thing. And like a moth to a flame, he did just that.
How many children were there in your family?
Almost 16, I think.
About a year after his first conversation with them, he returned to chat some more and of course get more content that would bring in millions of views and lots of money. But unlike the first time where he opened up by talking about Ray and his conditions, this time he started talking about how much money he'd raised for them since the first video.
Last year, after we did that video shoot, the GoFundMe campaign we did for you guys, generated like almost $30,000.
Mark was quick to talk about how much he's helped this poor family in the year since filming them, and using their story had made him a multi-million-dollar career. He pretty much pushed a camera in front of the woman's face and says, tell all my subscribers how much of a good guy I am. Which, if we being real, would already rub me the wrong way if he'd have given them 30 large, because you know what? This is deliberate, and painfully so. This is a person slipping into a persona, a public mask like a celebrity might put on for their fans, or a goddamn serial killer puts on for their day-to-day. Now, he wasn't just this compassionate, thoughtful filmmaker who was giving the platformless a place to tell their story. He was also swooping in to save the day. He was a savior. Up until this point, I was like everyone else, seeing your videos getting millions of views and thinking, yeah, that makes sense. I got it. I understood why people were attracted to the content and I wanted to watch. I even thought that it might be a good thing to actually start a conversation around these issues in such a bold way. But that...
The GoFundMe campaign we did for you guys generated like almost $30,000.
That set me straight like a hard slap in the face, because I know a grifter when I know a fraud when I see one. And Mark Leiter used a fraud, and I was only more convinced of that when I found out that the whole GoFundMe ploy for praise might have been completely made up in the first place. Because apparently, another YouTuber went to film the Whitakers after Mark's video went viral. Don't know how I feel about this clearly struggling family being turned into some sort of zoo meets casino for content creators that want to go viral, but let me keep going. We got time for that. And this dude mentions the GoFundMe money to Betty Whitaker, the matriarch of the family. And she apparently ain't seen a goddamn dime. They obviously got that video scrubbed clean off the internet by now, but apparently the YouTuber asked how their house was coming along after they got so much money from that video. And they basically said that they never got a dime from the soft white underbelly or Mark Leiter. Now, Mark adamantly denies that and has even released proof of transferring the funds to Betty.
And I wire transfer it to Betty. I'll show you a screenshot of my bank account and all the wire transfers that I've sent to Betty.
And after saying that,
wow.
you might be inclined to believe him. After all,
Except this says 1,000, not 30,000.
well, he's the one who came with literal receipts. He's the good guy in all of this, right? But here's the thing that you need to understand about Mark Leiter and the Soft White Underbelly channel. This isn't just a man who is spotlighting very real, raw, and most of the time very dark things, objectively and altruistically. Mark has become a part of the darkness. Maybe early on with those first videos, he had noble intentions, but trust me, as you're about to see, those are long gone. Because once he got a taste of that money, those views, the influence, the sweet notoriety and praise, Mark was hooked, like the addicts that he interviews. And unfortunately, he was meticulous. He was smart. He was cunning enough to turn the Soft White Underbelly channel into something parasitic. A way to prey on the easiest targets who are often defenseless and make millions in the process. The starving, the homeless, the abused, the ones struggling in pain. The people who Mark could easily control and get to perform on camera for $100 or a hot meal. The ones who couldn't complain or get a lawyer when his channel made a fortune from spreading their life, their trauma, with the whole world. And there's an endless supply of these people on the streets with their own unique stories that Mark could profit from and come out looking like a saint by the end of it. I sure he think that he cracked the code, that he could continue operating like this forever and nobody would ever realize what's going on when the camera turns off.
Beautiful kitty.
But I see you. And everyone's gonna see you too, because it's about damn time the real Mark Leiter was the subject of a video for once. This is the soft white underbelly of the beast. Even before he was the voice off camera demanding all of these intimate details about his subjects' lives, Mark Leiter was no stranger to being behind the lens. And to really understand the inner workings of this man's mind, you gotta go back before the soft white underbelly. Before he made a fortune off of more than 9,000 interviews of exposing people's suffering. Mark was born in 1960 and soon after moved to Chicago, where he spent most of his childhood and early adult life. That's the place he identified as his home, but there isn't really much out there about him growing up besides that. I mean, he's got little twigs about who he is scattered around the internet, but not the roots of where he came from. Just a birthday, city, or random anecdotal memory about who he is. But overall, it's clear that Mark doesn't want to be the subject of online observation. He just wants to be the perpetrator of putting other people's lives out there. His origin story outside of his career is an enigma, and once you hear the details of his current personal life that leaked out, you'll understand why he's probably so covert about his inner world. When it comes to a career, Mark has been creating content for public consumption ever since the first paycheck that he got. He started off as an advertising photographer when he was in college. For decades, this was his bread and butter, and he wasn't working as some lowly freelance photographer who was barely scraping by on unreliable clients. No, he was one of the highest paid, sought after advertisement photographers in the game. I mean, Blue Bunny, Orville Redenbacher, Clinique, McDonald's, goddamn Apple. He was well known, successful, and he was bringing in the big bucks. Mark was no starving artist by any means. He made it long ago, and he went on for decades as the go-to guy for crisp advertisement shots. But eventually, it lost its potency for him. It just didn't give him the same rush as he had in his youth, and things were changing. I mean, think of how drastically technology shifted from the 80s and the 90s to today. How much advertisement in general has evolved. Suddenly, the untouchable gift for photography that carried him throughout his career was becoming more commonplace. I mean, at this point, you could make AI spit out a very competitive ad for little to nothing, unless you ask the people in Michigan about that. His work was becoming less valuable in the ever-changing landscape of consumable content, and he knew he had to make a shift. As Mark described in his own words, and I quote, "Technology wasn't really good for people like me. I was at the top of the food chain of photographers that did what I did and charged whatever I wanted to. And it was a really great career. I'm really proud of that. Probably what I'm proudest of in my life. But it was changing, and just the clients no longer wanted the best of the best. They just wanted something that looked good on a phone, and it just like, there was no reason to be the Rolls Royce of what I did because everyone wanted the Honda Civic. Well, at least we know that his confidence wouldn't be taking a hit when this video comes out. The thing that really cracks me up about his telling of this is the fact that he doesn't even consider the idea for a second that maybe new, better photographers entered the industry, or maybe that he couldn't keep up with the technological advances. It had to be that nobody wanted his Rolls Royce of photography skills. But regardless of why Mark could no longer bring in the sort of money that he did once with photography, and even worse probably for him, he was no longer being praised as the photography god he knew himself to be, he needed a major pivot. And that's when Mark started thinking back to his childhood, growing up around downtown Chicago. Even though he actually grew up in the suburbs about 20 minutes outside of the belly of the beast, he still spent a lot of time around the area as a teenager. And he always remembers being fascinated by the stories behind the homeless people. And that's his label, not mine, just to be clear. He thought they seemed like interesting characters, an untapped resource of potential stories all wandering the streets and ripe for the taking.
Sometimes Jeremy Carr would bring in very stereotypical 3 teeth drooling. You know that they would look for people like that just to be a spectacle, just so people could look down on them and feel better than them. And he'd do it under the guise of, oh, I'm actually trying to help them.
As a boy who grew up in a 2-parent household who, by his own admission, loved him with all their hearts and would do anything for him, all these alternative lifestyles, as he called them, were striking. They caught his attention, and it stayed with him through all these years of high-end photography. And if seeing those folks on the street had that much of an impact on him just from driving around downtown, who knew how many people would tune in if he could actually capture these people's tales? The realest, rawest, most candid version of their history. That could be his new goldmine. Better yet, it scratched that voyeuristic itch he clearly had since his early years. Sure, when Mark started up the channel, it really did seem like the goal was to completely understand subgroups of humans in their entirety, objectively and without judgment or criticism for what they were doing. And technically, he'd always been into that kind of thing. Even back when it was just portrait photography of unusual subjects. He even published a book back in 2008 called Created Equal, that's composed of black and white photos of people who chose extremely opposing paths in life. Like a photo of a Baptist minister in his clergy outfit besides one of the KKK members all dressed up in their garb. A real estate tycoon next to a homeless man. A vegan next to a lifelong butcher. I think you get the picture. The style is short, the choice of subject was much like what we get in his videos today. And to give much credit where it's due, these shots are stunning. The lighting, the framing, the people's expression. As a photo geek, a AV geek, I mean, I make YouTube videos for a living. I really do geek out over that type of stuff. Because it all tells a story, and Mark does capture it well. I'd argue that these still portraits actually humanize his subjects way more than any of his videos ever did. So that's where the idea for soft white underbelly got its legs. Mark actually first started capturing content of these individuals years before YouTube even existed, he claims. He got himself a little studio right on Skid Row, and then he would spend his days going along and finding people to photograph. Filming them talking about their lives didn't even enter his mind until Canon came out with their cameras that also happened to shoot high quality videos. Offhandedly, he started asking his subjects questions about their lives and recording their answers, and they were intriguing to say the least. He described them as being like movies in themselves. He didn't really think about those interviews again until his advertising photography hit a snag and he needed to revamp his career. That's when he remembered how juicy these individual stories were, how much he was captivated by them as a young boy driving through the city. And so he went back to Skid Row and he did the exact same thing he did years earlier. He plucked people off the street, photographed them, and asked them questions. But this time, he put it out there for everyone to see. Mark uploaded his first video onto YouTube back in 2016, almost a decade ago now. And let me tell you, you ain't gonna believe this, but the first interview that this man ever posted was with a pimp. The irony is honestly a bit too poetic, given what would eventually happen on this channel and in Mark's life. I think he might have listened a little bit too closely to the pimp in this one. These first interviews though, they are different from the ones that you'll find on this channel today. Even as his content was gaining traction early on, he still had a semi-respectful tone and actually aimed to hear about the subject's whole story, not just the most horrific viral potential moments of them. The interview provided total context and felt at least a little closer to a documentary than a straight up trauma pornography. It happened fast and subtly, but if you put his earliest videos up side by side with how he interacts with people now that he's got power of a platform, it's hard to miss.
So Bishop, you listen to Frank Sinatra in the car?
Yeah, I love it. Frank Sinatra, I've always been a big fan of Frank Sinatra. You know, he calm you down, real smooth, and Frank got a lot of knowledge, man.
All your cars have been green and gold.
Yeah, I started that earlier in the day.
I just wanted to show off my new hairstyle, so that's it.
Amanda, what are you going to do with your life?
I'm gonna go get my card from my Aunt Gladys' house so that I can get my own apartment and get a wig, my own wig.
How can you get your own apartment? You can't even support yourself. Do you have any desire to get clean and get your life straight and all that? Or you just want to stay down here? Do you have no desire to get back to your old life, like when you were in school?
Hell no. That was boring. Everybody was fake to me.
And how is everybody to you today? I don't think you have any friends today.
The girl who he interviewed, who he made millions off of as he berates her for not being able to afford her own apartment, is named Amanda. He went on to do a bunch of different interviews with her after realizing how well they did with his audience. He filmed her downward spiral of addiction for the world to see. And when it finally seemed like she was getting clean, he captured that as a comeback story for the audience. And then less than a month after that final video was released, Amanda tragically passed away. And that's the thing about this little scam that Mark is running. It's dangerous and selfish. Sure, Amanda already had her own thing going on, but let me ask you this. Who do you think benefited more from those videos? Mark or Amanda? While I think Mark definitely descended into becoming more money-driven and unethical as success rolled in, I don't ever for a second think he was a good guy. I want to be clear on that. This whole thing was never a completely pure endeavor, in my opinion. He wasn't just a journalist getting the story. Even when it was just for him and nobody else was there was still this voyeuristic element to it. These aren't real human beings who have endured more than any of us would like to imagine. They're like a movie. And he knew what he was doing from the very beginning of starting his channel. You could even tell by the way he describes coming up with the project's name, the soft white underbelly. It's an odd branding to pick, right? I mean, there's wild names all over the platform. I mean, foreign man in a foreign land doesn't necessarily roll off the tongue for some. And since he was already a pretty successful photographer, he could have attached his own name and qualifications and gotten a boost early on. But no, just soft white underbelly. And when questioned in an interview about why he chose such a peculiar channel name, Mark explained, and I quote, "I remember hearing my dad. I've heard him say it more than once. Oh, that's the soft underbelly of the situation, or of whatever he was describing. Meaning the most vulnerable. That's the weakest link. That's the weakest. It's synonymous kind of with the weakest link or most vulnerable part. Like, goddamn, that's what a serial killer would say when he talking about what he would look for in his victims. Before he recorded any content for his channel, in his channel name, he shows his intent. He's not talking like he was just a journalist doing his job, trying to tell an honest story that rarely gets told. No. This man was basically boasting about how he went out to find the most vulnerable group of people possible, threw them in front of a camera during their darkest days, and used that footage to get rich. Just hearing him talk about himself, his former photography career, and how he shifted into creating a YouTube channel tells me so much about this man. 2 minutes of answering questions in a filmed interview where he knows he's supposed to be likable, and he's still that arrogant. He couldn't even fake it for a second. He was that shameless in his grift of targeting individuals who need help the most and squeezing the profit out of their stories.
I wonder what was wrong about this.
But honestly, the deeper that I dug into the soft white underbelly, the more I realized that he's not just cocky, shady, and self-important. He's so much worse than that. Because as the time went on and Mark gained more notoriety and influence with his channel, his real self started to seep through. Until he wasn't just listening to people confess the darkness that plagued their lives. He was becoming a part of it. After the channel really blew up, I began to notice a shift in the soft white underbelly content. It was subtle, almost imperceivable to anyone that wasn't paying close attention at the time. And nobody really was for a while because he did such a good job at cultivating this good guy persona that gave a voice to the voiceless. But the shift was there. Even though he kept the same content structure, the way he framed his subjects and their stories were changing. What was once a relatively full look at an alternative lifestyle for the apparent sake of investigative journalism morphed into something much more degrading and toxic. His subjects weren't being portrayed as people with a plethora of different life experiences anymore. Every participant was reduced down to alcoholic sex worker, 13-year-old prostitute, crack-addicted prostitute, mob hitman, inbred family.
I don't even see anything that he does as giving a voice to the voiceless, because if you're in contact with a literal child who is on the street selling her body and you want to give her a voice, giving her a voice would be getting her off the streets. Going to authorities. You white. I mean, it's easier to go to the authorities when you're white.
He's diminishing these human beings down to their most vulnerable form to get the most intimate details possible, and then using their most excruciating experiences as clickbait, more so than he already was in his early days. Everyone always says sex sells, and sure, that's true. But you know what also does? Pain, decay, death.
Influencer journalists probably have more incentive to lie and make things up than mainstream media journalists do, because online you're very much incentivized by saying the most extreme thing possible, whereas you're less incentivized by that in mainstream media. Like, as a journalist, you're going to sort of be paid a fee to write an article, and that's that.
Most folks don't want to go through the trenches themselves, but they don't mind sneaking a peek of them while they're safely snuggled up in bed. And to be fair, a lot of us are drawn to these topics. Like I was talking about true crime earlier, it's something that I'm not necessarily proud of watching. We want a glimpse of the other side without ever having to get our hands dirty. Mark is intentionally framing his videos to feed that desire. I mean, you go to his channel, you could spend hours, not weeks, diving into all these uniquely but similarly intriguing, tragic or wild stories without ever having the madness penetrate your own safe bubble. And this reckless energy in the name of getting the most binge-worthy content is just getting more worse as time goes on.
I remember on TikTok I got recommended content about murder, a specific murder. It was a young woman named Laken Riley. It was a really horribly random, tragic murder where she was just running in the park. Random man murders her. Horrible, awful. He happened to be undocumented. And the Trumpies loved it. The Trumpies loved it. They would literally make TikTok saying, you say that I'm against women for voting for Trump. I'm voting for him for her because he's deporting people. And it's just really quite sickening, the sort of using tragedy to foster hatred. And as you say, like, the likelihood of you being killed by an undocumented immigrant is much lower than the likelihood of you being killed by a partner, a romantic partner.
He keeps making his videos more dramatic and disturbing, getting stories that are more horrifying than the last, all to keep the viewer hooked. It was no longer about the subject themselves. It wasn't even art for art's sake. It was about how much he could squeeze out of these people and sell it to his subscribers before throwing them away. And it's not just how he frames his videos either. Nah, that's far from the only shift that rippled through his content as he got more steam and power. It was all of it. Like how he treats his participants, for instance. Now keep in mind, these people who are featured on the Soft White Underbelly, they are the reason why Mark is living lavishly, doing whatever the hell he wants, as they struggle to find their next meal or where they're gonna sleep tonight. They are the reason for every dollar coming into his bank account, every subscriber the channel is raking in. Sure, he holds up the camera, asks some questions, and puts the final product together. But I can tell you, from where I'm sitting as a creator myself, he ain't doing anything too mad in them videos. Because that's not the point. We know who the viewers are coming for, and it ain't Mark. I mean, come on now. You're telling me that this man right here, I know you all love aggressively mid-white men, and I know aggressively mid-white men make millions on YouTube, but not this boy right here. He makes a channel and says, hey guys, let's chat about my life. And he getting all that attention?
Dudes be talking about not washing their ass. 5 million views.
Please, no, ain't no way. And he knows that. So at a bare minimum, you would think that he would have a bit of respect for these individuals. Maybe even, I dare say, some gratitude for their time, for their participation, for their trust, however misplaced it may be. But is that what I'm getting from this rusty old man that's behind the curtain of the Soft White Underbelly? Of course not. All you gotta do is look at how he treats vulnerable women on the show, and you'll see how truly ungracious he is. Also, keep in mind, a lot of these people are barely legal, if legal at all, because let's be real, I don't see Mark to be some bouncer type who's gonna be checking IDs. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these candidates are underage, which I don't understand how that's on this platform to begin with, because eyes get demonetized just for putting homophobia inside the title. Instead of getting their story as a whole, Mark incites them to create this tantalizing narrative that he wants. He knows that if he frames these interviews in a sexualized way, that they will become more sensational, aka he'll get more clicks, more attention, more money.
This means I'll never get that lap dance we talked about?
No, I have devoted my life to God, honestly.
You were such a fun girl.
I know.
And this guy who fell asleep on your bed, you met him where? In a strip club?
No, he was in a casino. I was playing roulette, and he came up to me. He said, I want to have a conversation with you. So we did.
You told me to get in line?
Well, I'm dressing for God. I'm dressing for Christ. I'm dressing like I'm going to church.
Even if she was still an OnlyFans model, or if she was still a sex worker, that would not be appropriate, would it? Like I have been in those situations as well, and all you can do is just like...
So he uses his line of questioning as a weapon to get them there, to build a picture that will keep viewers watching. Don't believe me? Watch a few seconds of this recent interview published on the Soft White Underbelly channel and see how Mark interacts with this sex worker named Via. Pay close attention to his tone.
What was the roughest part of your childhood?
I graduated high school, went to cosmetology school, licensed cosmetologist.
But you took a detour. Tell me about the men who are your customers. A lot of them are married?
Yeah.
What does that do to your view of love? Is there any price you pay for doing this kind of work? Emotionally or any otherwise?
It definitely could be emotionally because, you know, you have weirdos, but gotta get a tissue.
I'm sorry?
Tissue.
I've talked to a lot of women who say it's, you know, tell me how dangerous it is.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I've had someone pull a gun out on me, and I've had a knife in my face, and yeah, I'd say those were the biggest ones. Other than that, they were just more like forceful.
That doesn't make you second?
I mean, not really, because I know it's just a part of the game. Not everyone's gonna want to do what they're signing themselves up for, I guess you could say.
Like Dom, it's hard to watch this whole interaction he has with this poor gal. He's chipping away at her question by question until she visibly just couldn't take it anymore and breaks down. Before she finally burst into tears, Mark almost had a snotty, agitated cadence with her. But you could practically hear satisfaction coming off of his tone when he manages to get what he wants. The moment...
Yeah, there's like a right-wing judgment to him. He weirded me out when I watched him interview a divorce attorney.
Via starts to cry and to give more intimate details into her work life and the most upsetting things that have happened to her in it. He almost sounds relieved. It's like he got what he came for. I could easily see Mark being one of them types that zooms in on someone crying like, yup, that's the good stuff right there. And sadly, Via is just one of hundreds, maybe even thousands at this point, who Mark is doing this to. He's perfected his craft to the point where he can make anyone break, and he's turned that skill into liquid cash. Even if Mark wasn't being blatantly manipulative and cruel to the participants.
People want to tell their story, and I think that's the side of it he's not saying. People want a witness, and they'll do anything just to tell their story.
on his show, even if he was treating them with genuine kindness and truly did want to know about the real parts of them, he still ain't doing it right. Because listen, there's a reason that trauma is handled in a very specific way. When a person is in a vulnerable state, opening up to a therapist or a social worker, they're met with support, guidance, a plan, a way to cope forward. They don't just heave up these traumatic experiences that they might have repressed and then get shoved out the door and then move on with their day. There's follow-up work, there's processes in place to make sure that they don't just open up themselves only to be left bleeding without any help. There's actually a whole philosophy behind this called trauma-informed social work. And this approach takes each person's unique background into account in an effort to support and empower them. And in order to foster an environment where that's possible, there's a few core principles that a professional needs to follow. Number one, safety. Ensuring the person's well-being above all, both emotional and physical, is prioritized. Trust. Being a transparent, reliable, and dependable figure. You got collaboration. Make the client a part of building their own solution. Cultural sensitivity. Understanding the many cultural backgrounds that exist and being inclusive of all of them without judgment. Empowerment. Highlighting each person's strengths and aiding them in bettering their lives. Mark and the software underbelly can't claim with a straight face that they're doing any of these things. In fact, I'd argue he's actively working against each of these principles every time he makes a video. And yeah, sure, therapists and social workers are trained professionals, but that's the whole damn point. Mark has no business picking at these people's pain points for profit like this. He's not qualified at all, and yet what he's doing is effectively the same thing that mental health professionals do to get their patients to open up. The only difference is he doesn't care about helping them. All he cares about is getting the juiciest story, the views, the money, the power. And that's a very dangerous game. You ever hear about if someone gets impaired with a knife or some kind of foreign object, you're supposed to leave it in there until you get to the hospital? Because it's like a cork, stopping you from bleeding out on the spot. But if you take out the object yourself, it'll start gushing out like a waterfall. You'll have a much higher chance of dying. It's almost what this reminds me of. There's nothing to coagulate the bleeding. Mark may not have stabbed the original knife in himself, but he's ripping it out when he's getting these folks to spill everything they have for his channel. Then he just leaves them there to bleed out. I know I might be metaphoring it up, but believe me, there are real world life and death consequences for this type of behavior. And if you think that's hyperbolic or dramatic of me, just wait until you hear this next story. The one that Mark Leiter so desperately doesn't want you to know about. On June 5th, 2005, the Software Underbelly channel released a video that was completely unlike anything it had ever put out before. Mainly because Mark Leiter himself was actually in the hot seat for once. And he was staring at the screen with a solemn look on his face. Even the title was outside the mold of his usual content. How childhood trauma destroys us. But why after all this time would he become the subject of a video? Well, because, much to his dismay, Mark had inadvertently become the subject of a very disturbing story himself. And now he had to get on camera and set the record straight before his entire business went up in flames. Because less than a week ago before this video went up, tragedy struck. A 22-year-old mother named Kiara Guidry was found deceased in her home by her boyfriend. But Kiara's death wasn't just devastating, it was suspicious. Because the boyfriend that found Kiara's body was actually Mark Leiter. She was his girlfriend at the time of his death. 65-year-old Mark, a man old enough to be a grandfather, was dating a vulnerable young woman when she passed away. And they had been together for about 2.5 years according to Mark, so that means that she was even younger when they first got together.
She was very mature for her age. She was in her 20s. She was very mature for her age. I had a hard time believing she was in her 20s. And I am very young at heart for my age.
They're always so young at heart, eh?
There is definitely the potential there for like a sort of power imbalance situation.
I try not to yuck anyone's yum, especially when they're all consenting adults. But 65 and 22? Okay. Knowing the power dynamic at play, the difference in maturity and life experience, it just as...
It's not a violation of a law. 22-year-old can sleep with whoever they want. Oh, my kitty. I love my kitty so much. Fucking bug. Get away. So annoying. It's buzzing in my face. Oh, my special kitty. I don't know where this piece is. I think you're supposed to pick up the camp kit, but I don't see it. Maybe you actually have to pay Fallout first, I guess. Which is, like, shitty, but at least I'm here.
Doesn't make sense. I made a video on age gap relationships before, but the part that I can't get away from in regards to this is the fact that Mark allegedly met Kiara when she brought her homeless mother to do an interview on the soft white underbelly while she was just a teenager.
Can you have a seat over in that chair, please?
Now, this is all just speculation at this point, but when you do the math, even by Mark's account, she getting close to those teen years, you know what I'm saying? And since the video with her mother ended up never being released on the channel, we don't really know what happened there. But one thing's for sure and two things for certain, she was very, 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 very young and clearly in an extremely vulnerable position. She's in her early 20s with the huge responsibility of being a parent, and her mother is living on the streets.
White women are always seen as more innocent. If a black woman was murdered, maybe she tried to scam the guy, or maybe she was doing some sex work and she met up with the wrong guy and that's her business. She should have been more careful. Even just the retelling of the stories is like, oh, Gabby Petito was a sweet young lady. And I'm sure she probably was, but it's always the most positive things about the white victim.
This woman was probably in survival mode and she brought her mom there, probably thinking that this person was going to be professional. And Mark saw that and thought, that's going to be my next girlfriend. I mean, obviously that's not how he said it, right? But he doesn't do a better job than that in his little reputation revival video.
That I think it's worth talking about. It's important. I've had a...
Yeah.
I've had a girlfriend for the last 2.5 years. A young lady named Kiara, who I met. She brought in her mom for an interview. Her mom is a homeless drug addict, lives on the streets to this day. And we met and just kind of clicked and got along, and it was really, you know, she wasn't the kind of girl I thought I would ever be involved with romantically, but it turned into that very quickly. And it was really the most wonderful relationship.
So I hear what I would assume to be tears, but I'm not really seeing any, am I, Mark? And hey, before y'all start falling for this performance and thinking that everybody just grieves in different ways and feeling bad for Mark, just keep in mind that he opened the video up about the death of his beloved girlfriend with an advertisement.
This guy put an ad on a traumatic personal experience.
Not only a traumatic personal experience, but as you can see in the description, Soft White Underbelly's Mark shares a story of his girlfriend's passing last week. Subscribe through my link.
Oh my God, what?
Soft White Underbelly is about giving people a space to tell their stories, even when these stories challenge what we think we know. Ground News shows us different perspectives in the media, which is why Ground News is a perfect sponsor for my channel.
Yeah, this is just gross. I ain't even mad. There's no way to even sugarcoat that. That's just distasteful. I'd argue it's actually a step beyond being distasteful. Because Mark knows how YouTube works better than this. This is the tactic he's using to intentionally drive viewers away from this video, because he doesn't really want anybody to see this. He just wants to be able to point to it and say, see, I addressed it here, without the story spreading too much further than that. You know how I know it's strategic? It's because if you click on any other video on Mark Leiter's channel and try to find one that opens up the same way with an advertisement for more than a full minute right at the start, you won't. Because he actually wants to get the views and money from those videos, so he has an incentive to hook you. That's why he's starting those ones off with drama and intrigue rather than an ad. But this one, miraculously, the one where he's trying to explain away his young girlfriend's death, is when he decides to pile on the ads that will make the average viewer click away. Yeah, That's not a coincidence. And it worked too. On a channel that often pulls multi-millions of views, this 30-minute expose that you would think might interest lots of his viewers barely gets over 600,000. So what about the folks that stuck past the 1-minute ad and then got to the rest of the 25-minute video get? Well, he started by brushing past the creepy, borderline predatory way that he met Kiara. Then he added a quick blurb about how they were in love.
I would walk in the door and sit down and...
I'm guilty of the same thing this guy's guilty of. When I was like 37 now, yeah, about 37, about 6-7 years ago. So yeah, I was like 37. I met Cloud Candy and she was 20 years old at the time and I was 37. So I don't want to judge this guy for this. If that's what he's after, to judge him for having a 22-year-old girlfriend, I don't want to judge him for that because there's no laws violated. And morally, I'm in love with somebody half my age, just like him. So I can't judge him for it. Well, it sucks, but I mean, the woman was of age, and it was predatory. What he did, kinda, because they met through business. But I don't really see how them start sparking up a relationship while he's speaking to her mother. I don't really see how that's predatory. I think that's just like what happened. I don't know if he abused his power in any way. I think they just met, right? I get careful about being kind of like hypocritical and stuff about this sort of thing. When you date a girl half your age, you don't want to judge someone else for doing it. They're of age. They can make a decision to be with you sexually if they want to. Like, I don't know. So it's not in me to judge him. Like, I don't like it. I didn't really like it when I fell in love with Cloud Candy because she was just too young. You know, she was too young for me. Everybody told me. My mother, everybody. She was like, I can't introduce you to my dad because you're almost the same age. And I was like, I get that. you know... And so, but I don't want to judge this guy for that, you know, because it would make me an asshole. And I'm not going to do that. I think if they're of age, I don't care. If consent's there, I don't want to judge this guy for having a young girlfriend. I don't think that's something I can do. It would make me very hypocritical. So I'm just going to move on. I don't know about the darkness himself. Now, what he does is kind of predatory, but I mean, like, they want to tell their story.
Turning now to a significant escalation in the Ukraine war. Ukraine launched one of its largest attacks ever on Moscow, striking an oil refinery on the city's outskirts, sending a fuel storage lid soaring into the air. Huge plumes of black smoke billowed over Moscow for hours today. Moscow's mayor saying nearly 200 drones were part of the assault, which also hit an apartment building near the oil refinery, calling it Ukraine's biggest attack on the capital in 2 years. Ukraine's President Zelensky defending the strikes in an audio message saying, quote, if Putin does not want to end this war, we will not sit quietly. We will respond. Russia's foreign minister vowing Russia will now conduct massive group strikes against Ukraine on a regular basis. Joining me now is Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons in Zurich. Keir, thanks so much for being here. So just how significant was this attack by Ukraine?
Well, significant on a number of levels. First of all, the way that you set it out there, Kristen, this is the largest strike on Russia, or series of strikes on Russia by Ukraine since the war began. 200 drones intercepted, just targeting Moscow, according to Russian officials, 1,000 across Russia. Really a barrage, an onslaught from the Ukrainians. And those videos are really bringing it home to people, even if you don't live in Russia, of course. Just those images of all refineries going up in flames, the lid of a silo blowing off as an explosion took place. One drone appearing to be intercepted, but then the debris falling into that oil refinery and causing another explosion. And that residential building, that civilian building, the camera tracks that drone and then it hits the building. So a really serious attack that is serious in size and also because of the implications, both for Russia and Ukraine, Europe and the US.
Well, and the fact that the attack is literally happening on the doorsteps of Moscow. I mean, could this, in fact, put more pressure on Putin to come to the negotiating table, Keir? How do you see it?
I love it when you sit in my
Well,
lap,
that's what
kitty.
President Zelensky and the Ukrainian leadership are attempting to do. Interestingly, President Putin wasn't in Moscow when these attacks were carried out. So you could say that the argument towards the Russian leader is, we're not trying to target you, but we could. Certainly, it's putting pressure on the Russian economy, on gas supplies for ordinary people, and that is building up tension within the country, and I think that's what the Ukrainians are attempting to do.
Well, Russia vowing to respond with massive group strikes, effectively striking Ukraine with a number of missiles or drones at one time. Does it have the air power for that kind of attack here?
Well, it does, because one of the aspects of all of this is, of course, that drones have transformed the nature of war. So, just think about it, 1,000 Ukrainian drones in 24 hours targeting Russia. But we've seen, of course, the Russians targeting Ukraine with large numbers of drones, particularly Iranian style, or certainly even Iranian drones, just noting that relationship between Russia and Iran. So Russia can, yes. I think, Justin, another thing to think about here, and it's sobering to consider, is that it isn't that long ago that the US was restraining Ukraine from targeting Russia in any substantial sense inside Russian territory. That seems to have passed now. Now the Ukrainians are effectively, from their perspective, doing all they can to try to shift the sense in Russia that they are immune from this war.
And just finally, Keir, we know that President Zelensky at the G7 summit this week telling leaders that Ukraine's strikes inside Russia were actually evidence that Ukraine was turning the tide of the war. Did the other leaders believe that to be the case? How are they viewing this situation?
Well, they're all watching the front line, Ukraine, which changes in the sense of that sometimes it appears as if the Russians are making progress or the Ukrainians are making progress. But frankly, Christine,
I'm going to feed my kitty and cook some sausage. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's time to feed you, kitty. back down. More lap if you want it. $72 degrees, nice. So I am going to see the boss of this place, yes, and then we will call back. I don't know, do I have to do anything? You need to activate the gate. Activate. Maybe 2 Myrmidons could go. Are 2 Myrmidons strong enough to day trip to Nullsec and EVE Online and run anomalies in a quiet system with a filament? Or are they too weak to do something like that? Oh yeah, if we both fit micro jump drives. Two Myrmidons, huh? Sorry, Jackie. You look like Darth Vader for some reason. What? Oh, God. I love when you die indoors because it doesn't matter. Oh man, pull out my weapon. Bye-bye.
In the end, it is incremental. We did hear from one of President Putin's advisors, Ushakov, looking at the G7.
I'm honestly having such a good time.
Oh, me too. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's just kind of like weird because when I checked my crystals this morning, it said that it wasn't going to work out, but I just think they're wrong. So, like, what star sign are you?
Star sign? I know it. It's, just,
Why are you shaking your leg like that?
nervous habit. It's just... One sec.
What's the problem?
He needs to know his star sign.
Jesus Christ. Say you're a Scorpio.
Scorpio?
Oh, cool. I love Scorpios. So, do you want to do this again sometime?
Oh, absolutely. Hey, why don't you come back to mine? We can listen to the new Joe Rogan. He's got Andrew Tate on. We can share my vape.
A few days ago, the Stop Killing Games initiative faced a devastating result from the European Commission. The European Commission won't save dying games despite 1.3 million signatures. And I'll just read the headline here. Despite 1.3 million gamer signatures behind the Stop Destroying Video Games or Stop Killing Games initiative, the European Commission ruled it would not be proportionate to require publishers to keep games playable after support ends, citing intellectual property rights as the main reason. Now, as I'm sure many of you know, there were very few people that advocated against Stop Killing Games aside from, you know, those large game companies like Ubisoft, for example, except for one particular individual. Now, I haven't really covered him much on this channel, but it's Pirate Software, and he had a pretty stark opposition to the Stop Killing Games initiative for multiple reasons that have already been beaten into the ground, but he saw the result of the EU Commission saying no, that they weren't going to push forward on this. And although I haven't heard that he has made any mention of this on a stream, which kind of makes sense, he did take to his Discord and chat about it a little bit. He says here, it's almost like I knew what I was talking about, in reference to the fact that the Stop Killing Games initiative was rejected, and continues on with, couldn't be true though. That would make Pirate Software correct. Can't have that. Following up after, really though, at the end of the day, this was all covered in my videos from 2 years ago. Not really surprised this played out this way. There is not much on this planet that can motivate me more than seeing someone be so smugly arrogant. And upon seeing these messages from Pirate Software, I did what I think I do best. I reached out for an interview, and I had the privilege of being able to interview Roscott to explain to me what exactly happened, what the EU Commission had rejected. And I won't lie to you, my initial understanding of everything was, oh, this isn't great. But coming out of my discussion with Roscott Scott, I found out that the Stop Killing Games initiative is in a better place than it really ever has been. And although this EU Commission rejecting it is a setback, there is so much more progress made, including having what seems to be a majority approval rating already in EU Parliament, which this committee was supposed to help with, but they already have it. I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself, but I chatted with Ross. This is going to be a cut down of our interview together, talking about and kind of helping understand what exactly has gone down and the progress that SKG has made over the last year. I think a lot of people are disheartened by this publicity surrounding the